Hello, chat. I need to turn that off. Um. Ah. All right. Sorry about that. Um. Okay. So here's the deal. I've done a bit of rearranging the data, specifically the assembly locations for Coalescence, and I do believe I have boofed it. Mainly because none of the OBS keybinds are working, and every time that I press one of them, 4 more errors appear in the Coalescence notifications. So something is a little fucked. um, I think I know what it is. Curious, hold on. But also, good morning. How you doing? Heading to Oregon. That's interesting. All right. I am going to need to start by fixing my slightly fucked um Coalescence. There are a couple problems. Um we need to figure out what the problem is. I have an idea of what it is. So I moved all of the plugins down one directory, so they're all in their own little box. Gonna swap trailers and hopefully shut down in Idaho if everything goes to plan. Oh, nice. Um, but I put everything in their own little box, and I think that OBS is probably missing a dependency because dependencies are now manually like whitelisted. Because the problem I was getting is that it kept copying everything to everything, and it was using a lot of disk space. So I told it to not do that. I hit it with the can you don't. The problem is I need to figure out what we're missing. It's probably extensions, dependency injection, and abstractions, or recyclable memory stream, or both. It could be both. So I'm going to mark both of them as real dependencies and not transitive dependencies, even though I'm pretty sure they're both transitive dependencies. Okay. Now if I kill Coalescence and rebuild. I know you can't see anything, but I wouldn't be able to show this anyway. Okay, let's see if this works. We're lucky. I will be able to change my scene again. Did it work? Chat. It was a dependency problem. Let's go. Dependency is my middle name. All right. Our OBS control is working once more. Our OBS, Robs. All right, let's go back to the with chat scene here. Okay. Yes. All right. So I did have something I wanted to bring up today. Yeah, I'm doing well. How about you? I need to stop naming everything image.png. So dumb. All right. So our donathon has ended, and the question now is how do we spend the proceeds, right? Because it was the stream improvement donathon. And we have to choose one of two options. I don't think we have enough to do both. So the options are we can get a new overlay or a new like with chat background, because right now the background I'm using, this thing, is literally a picture of the sky, a hue shifted red, and put a Kuwahara filter over. That's like it. So I'm also not 100% sure I have a license to use the image, but you know, I didn't read to see if it was CC0. I just went on Google Images. So it's not really art. I ran it through like 4 filters in Blender and called it a day. So the idea is either do we get a new overlay, which I've asked an AI to generate an approximation of what it might look like, and that is right here. So you can see we have amazing accuracy here. We got the dumb idiot tag in the bottom. We got, you can't see it because the new timer is over it. We have it's Wednesday, my dudes. And we have a little thing around chat. Let's do a vote. It's actually, there's already a poll in the Discord. It's in the info channel. All right. I like the overlay. It's less intrusive. I think people like seeing their messages too, though. I wouldn't know the right call. Let's go gambling. Oh, yeah, and then sorry, I was, I'm having a bunch of things happen at once. The other option, right, is a new with chat background, which I have done. I've asked another AI, well, the same AI, to make an approximation of that one, and here it is. Why is it a lower resolution? What? Why is it 1087 by 608? I drew this in the AI drew this in 1920 by 1080. So here's the example with chat scene. I would probably be nudged a little to the left. And probably higher resolution than that. So yeah, the idea was to draw or have somebody draw the landscape of It's comically simple. That's not the background we would be using. I would have somebody draw something good. I wouldn't use something that I drew in the AI drew in Paint.net in maybe 70 seconds. That's perfect though. Hold on, I'm getting a call. All right, sorry about that. Love that you keep saying that the AI did it, but you're also leaving out the part that you keep saying you did it instead. No, it was the AI drew it. They took 70 seconds in Paint.net. I know exactly the stack they have. So what are we doing today? We're doing Coalescence development. I'm working on an automatic updating thing. But I need to make all of the software for that because I have neither the connection on Coalescence's part nor a server for it to connect to. So I have to write both. So that's going to take a little bit of time. I will delete these atrocious images from the scene that we may have the slightly better but still not very good background where I'm flying in the sky inexplicably. But yeah, I didn't want to like choose myself because it's like now to let the people decide whether I voted correctly. Yes. I didn't want to choose whether or not we did an overlay or a background myself because I think that it would be best to defer that to the people who actually like paid money for it. I mean, I do have my preference, but I don't think that that matters. So I'm curious. What's the oh, it does happen to be exactly 50-50 at the moment. To be fair, I think Hydra voted overlay, so I think overlay is winning. But I deleted the poll because I moved it to info and thought it would be a bad idea to leave both of them active. I need to set up the notification, don't I? I think I do. Hold on. Which notifications? July 10th. It's currently not July 10th. So control surface, send webhook notification. Surprisingly enough, that worked. I had to change the I changed the cryptography on the secure value store to cut out a dependency on bouncy castle. Yes, bouncy castle is the name of the project. It's so awesome. This is what happens when you give Australians the ability to make a cryptography library. They name it Bouncy Castle. To be fair, though, it is legitimately one of the funniest library names I've ever seen. Anyway, I need to set up a couple more things to be able to stream locally. I need to run Mona server. I need to find a better RTMP server. I still haven't. One day I'll remember to do that. Let's see. Get Visual Studio. going. I have. Maybe I should hold on. Let me check. Is this hidden information? I mean, I guess it's not really. It literally tells you how we find it. All right. I was gonna say, 'cause right now my Visual Studio is on the way it generates your installation ID, which is technically, I mean, maybe something I would want to hide, because I wouldn't want you to be able to choose your own installation ID, because then you could theoretically use somebody else's installation ID, which is a problem. I need to ask Oliver how to avoid those conflicts, so I'm not sure how to do that. I also need to hide. Yeah, maybe I don't show this. I mean, we're probably going to be working on the server anyway. So we switch to Coalescence HQ.core, which is the server library. Essentially, the way it works, or at least the way I'm planning on doing it, is that you don't talk to the server at all unless you opt in. So you don't have any. You essentially have to enroll yourself in. Well, it's weird. You have to email me to enroll you, because I don't have a way to do it automatically. Not yet, at least. And then you can get updates and shit within Coalescence. And then, like, you get notices. So if there's an update available, it'll give you a little notification. If there's a security vulnerability, it'll give you a pop-up when you start Coalescence that says, hey, you might want to update this update this bitch. Stuff like that. Let me start streaming. Actually just sitting here yapping away at the nothing view. But yeah, so the idea is essentially, if you have if you've enrolled in automatic updates, you get all of the notices and shit. And down the line we'll add more and more shit to it until there's like a fucking Facebook clone on it or something. I don't know. Basically, I just want to make it more capable. But right now, the number one thing we're trying to do is updates. So we need to create a client library in order to interact with the server in order to do the updates. Oh, maybe I should show the other things I did yesterday for all of the people who were not here yesterday. I did do a little bit of dumb shit. So this, I think, is visible. Yes. You may notice all of the keybinds now end with a slash and then a button name. I may or may not have overcomplicated the keybind system. You can now specify a keybind that requires caps lock to be currently enabled. You can make keybinds that only work if caps lock is on. Naturally, you could do that for numlock and scroll lock as well. You can make keybinds that differentiate between left and right shift. And you can make keybinds that require a certain key to be pressed last. If I press left control and then right control, it does palette reset. And if I do right control and then left control, it does palette swap. And then the most cinema is you might see ampersand M here, which means as long as I hold M, it will keep spamming the message to do the misery cat. It sends it every 5 milliseconds. And is the reason that you have to specify ampersand. If you don't specify anything, it defaults to rising edge detection, which is /. But yeah, there's key activity for the toggle keys. There's rising and falling edge detection, so I can change this to be a /, and it will be falling edge on M. So the second I press it, nothing happens. When I let go of it, we get the cat. Oh yeah, it's it's only applied whenever you change the keybinds. It's only applied when you close the window, which I did forget. But now I can misery cat when I let go of the button. So that's what your insane scientist guy has been working on, is overcomplicating the keybinds. Did I mention, actually, we can make it even worse? You can use not keybinds. So if I do bang, hold on. Bang left control plus falling edge of right control. I can now send this when I'm not holding left control and I let go of right control. And I can also do bang active of caps lock. So caps lock must also be disabled. You can get so freaky with it. You can also do rising edge of A and rising edge of B, but you have to press both of them in the same 5 millisecond window. So it's not likely. Oh, and I should also, I think I already mentioned it, but if you have multiple keybinds, so let's say you have A, B, and C, this defaults to press, and then the last one is rising edge. Which means that most keybinds that are already defined will not need to be modified. But yes, this is the kind of dumb shit I get up to when I have power. I have made the fucking keybind menu essentially a programming language. Hydra, congratulations on 45 streams in a row. I will say you do need to need to answer the poll again. I put it in info. I did delete the other one. So it's in info now. It's an inferno. All right, overlay is now winning. Why do I have two different OBS windows? Oh, there we go. But yes, today we are working on the Coalescence HQ library, which will be used for contacting the server for updates, notices. What the fuck else did I write in here? I might be a little tired because I haven't slept yet since last stream. So it's been, but I woke up at 10:30, so it's been 12 hours. But yes, I have notices which will warn you if there's updates available or if you should update. And then we have feature voting, actually something like user voice, but I can't afford user voice, so we're just gonna make it ourselves. Why did I do this? Why am I making a server for you to update Coalescence with? Sleep, you dummy? No. I refuse. But yes. So module version will be in base. Module list is, it needs to be decorated with JSON stuff. JSON property, install Newtonsoft JSON. This will be modules. So essentially the module list is included with your, essentially with auto update enabled, you first send your module list to the server, and then the server will notify you if there are any updates or any notices. So actually probably update and notices would be in the same action. So I need to figure that one out. But yes. So these need to be in base and not in notices. For some reason, they were not removed from the namespace. There we go. So how do I want to do this? Because we could do like, it could be like check modules. So this would be something like, check modules request. And then we'd have a public class request, which has public string installation ID, which will default to an empty string. JSON property installation ID. Actually, I'd want to use camel case. All right. This will inherit from request. And then this will allow us to authorize whether or not you can talk to the server. Essentially, the way that we are going to stop just basically anybody from downloading it is that if you're not whitelisted on the installation ID list, you can't make requests to the server. You'll get 403. Is 403 forbidden or is 401 forbidden? One of them is, I think 401 is unauthorized and 403 is forbidden. The hell is 402? Hold on. HTTP 402. Payment required. Cinema. I could return 402 instead. That's wild. Apparently 402 payment required is used for AI agents to pay you crypto whenever they try to crawl your webpage. Cinema. Catch me putting that on every single one of my pages. That'd be great. Make money. Make like 2 cents a year. Anyway. So this is gonna be public. And this will be JSON property. Installed modules. And it will default to new. Okay. And essentially the idea is we send this request to the server and it will return a response which will inherit from response, which will not have any basic features. It will have a list of notices, so we need to make a public class notice. Public list of notices. It will also have public class. Do I want it to be a module list of the current versions of every module you requested? Ideally, we should reuse anything that we can. We could do public module list current versions equals new. This would be the current list, or the current versions of all modules requested in the request. All modules sent in the request. And this would be any available notices for this installation. So this would be the modules currently installed in Coalescence. the installation ID of the current of the coalescence of coalescence. And then I do want response to have an error option. How am I going to do that? We could just do public string maybe error. I don't know if this is a good like UI or if this is a good API. Because essentially what it would be is, I guess the check module's response would be response of t, where t is data equals default of t. Honestly, we could do where t is class. And then the idea is that this is check modules data, which doesn't inherit from response. Public class check modules response, which is response of check modules data. And then the idea here is that response is polymorphic, and the response might be, I mean, this isn't any different than, well, data can be null, so the response could be something like, data is null, error, you're a bitch. Whereas with the previous one, it would have to be, you're a bitch, and then also current versions is an empty array, and then notices is also an empty array. So I think that this UI or this API is better. This needs to be public. We make everything public here. It's a great idea. I mean, to be fair, this isn't exactly external facing code. It's an internal library. We might even just make everything internal. Actually, we can't. It has to be public for it to be accessible to Coalescence and the server. Okay. So this returns notice. So notices have a title. They also have content, which is markdown. They also have a public enum enotice type, has a soft type and a hard type. And it will default to soft. The difference is that soft notifications just appear in the notification list, and hard notifications open a pop-up. So hard pop-ups or hard notifications are made for like security vulnerabilities, feature sunsetting, etc. I don't think I'm going to be feature sunsetting anything, but the idea is it's a pop-up so that you are definitely aware that something is going on. Presentation type a notice only appear in the notification list. Pop up window. Okay. I want to make request and response. Should I make request also like the weird polymorphic thing, or should they all just inherit? I think they just inherit. Because for a request, it's not really possible for it to just be an error. So move I just want to split everything into different files because I really hate it when everything's in one file. Hey, they fixed the issue where it takes forever to move content to another file. So here's the notices. This is just the default, most basic thing. Question now is, here's the weird thing. This API is not the same as the download server API. I mean, I guess we could serve downloads through this. Well, if that's the case, then this can't be a module list. This has to be a more specialized version of it, because it can't be module version. It has to be a full-on module info that includes a download link. The idea then is that you have public class module info, has the public string name, public string ID, public module version, has a public string download link, okay. These also have a download size and an install size. One of them is the size of the zip file, and one of them is the size of the extracted contents of the zip file. So now what we need to do is bind this to a request and response. So public class get modules request, pairs from request, public string array filter equals an empty array. And this is the names or IDs of modules to filter to. If none are specified, all available modules are returned. And then public class get modules data is public list of module info modules equals new list. Public class get modules response is inherited from response of get modules data. And this will be JSON property of modules. The idea here that now you can send this request, which will get the up-to-date version of all of the modules. So probably in check modules, we will actually remove, we might change it to get notices. Okay. I mean, we could probably put them in. We could put it as a nested class here and put the response in this to keep them all in one file, but I'm just gonna leave it in 3 files. I don't give a shit. Notice type and notice. Okay. So we're going to make another folder for modules. I'm at work right now and I accidentally touched an open wire. And it really shocked you. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the wires. Yeah. So let's see, this is get modules, which gives you the currently available modules. So now we're going to make a new request, get module download information request, which will be public string module, string modules. The modules. The modules to get download information for. This array must not be empty. Get module download information data will give you public string module name. We'll just call it name, ID, version. Actually, this will probably just give you a module info. It'll also include a CRC32 hash. I have sleep mode almost, but somehow I'm not very satisfied with the experience 2-star. Yeah, I mean, getting shocked is usually not pleasant. So it comes with a CRC32. Should I make it a string? I mean, byte array would be convenient, but I don't think I could just send a byte array easily. I mean, I guess Newtonsoft JSON will deal with that for me. Honestly, at this point, I should probably just included the checksum in the module info and delete this API endpoint. Yeah. And then we don't include this. Should just be included in the get modules. This information would be in database. I was expecting a little bit more shock my brain, not factory reset, but reboot just enough to increase my brain activity. Yeah. I mean, it kind of depends on how much of a zap you get. I should probably have dependency lists. Should be new. A little, I felt to my knees. Yeah, I've been shocked once. I was disassembling a camera, and I don't know how much you know about the flash capacitor, but you touch that thing and it's gonna put you on your ass. Um, yeah, I had a fun experience with a big capacitor. It hurt. And then I decided to discharge it by, bridging it with the screwdriver. And yeah, the circuit board was not long for this world when I decided to do that because it blew the traces off of the board. It was still a very angry capacitor, but it was funny, so there's that. Maybe that's why I'm like this. It fucked me up just enough. Yeah. Merge chat. So funny you should say that. We're still not allowed to do that on Twitch. You're not allowed to. They changed the rule last year with the Garnt debacle. As far as I'm aware, the terms of service still say you can't. And until the terms of service are modified, you can't. Yep. Nope, you can't. Flashbang. But no, it says you are not allowed to merge your activity from other platforms or services on your Twitch stream during your simulcast, such as merging chats or other features to ensure the Twitch community is included in the entirety of the experience of your live stream. I don't care what Dan said. Until this is modified, you can't. See, the problem is I have to play. That's not the right one. I have to play it very safe because Twitch is not super fond of VTubers. Damn, still just too early for the animation to play again. Oh well. Oh no, he didn't get banned because it was a restricted suspicious user. There you go. You got banned too. What did he do? He tried to sell me AI viewers. So I kicked his ass to the curb. We have a big 50 caliber rifle sitting right next to the door. If you walk in and you say AI viewers, you get shot with the 50 cal. You open the door and then you get a hole blown straight through your head. And it works amazingly well because they never change their fucking message. It has said the same thing for like an entire year. But yeah, it's funny that they don't change the terms of service. It still says it's against the terms of service. Even if Dan said you can. Although it is something that I'm interested in because up until now we didn't even have an active YouTube chat. With aimbot, yes. I mean, we do aim at the bots, so that is true. Maybe I don't know. We'll see how we go with the merging chat idea. I do want to implement my own chat because right now I'm using the J chat from Jamba J, and periodically it goes down. Not super often, but it has gone down a couple times. I would like to have more control over it and be able to do dumb shit. So I'll probably do my own chat. With all of the awful maintenance that entails. Twitch still going streaming service with some BS people in control. I mean, that's just any company has bullshit. It's still a good streaming service with bullshit people in control. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could say that for anybody. You could probably say it for me too. It's just that my bullshit is very great. Looks like the overlay is gonna win the service. Means I need to go look at VGen again. I was looking at the chat scene, honestly. I think I had a list going, actually. Where's my saved at? Overlay, which I started putting other things in. I don't know. I just haven't seen a service that like really pops out to me for a chat overlay and stuff. There's also one thing I'm scared about, and that is essentially, what am I going to do when I put more shit on screen? Because, for example, we have this, which means if I add something else like this, I have to go get them to update the overlay to also include assets for that. Or I need to get a resizable window. So it's like, how do I do that? You know, where do I go for that? I would like almost to have my overlay be a web page so that it has like responsive sizing and stuff. But I don't know how I would do that. Especially with like the prediction widget, which is not it's very much an OBS item. It's not so much something that I could re-implement in JavaScript. I mean, maybe I could. It's just like the data, it's difficult to move data from Lua to JavaScript with how I have everything set up. I mean, I could probably make that bridge. Just don't know how to yet. It's a very strange thing to do. All right, so the idea is your Coalescence runs get modules request. No. Maybe it does. It does get modules request with a filter of everything that's installed. It gets a response, which is get modules data, which includes information about all of the modules that are on the server that you requested. And then it'll go through that information and it'll go, okay, is the version higher than the one we have, etc. And if it is, then it'll be like, hey, you can update. And if there's oh, right, there needs to be all of the, this is so weird. So the weird bit is that I need a way to manage the server. So I need to determine where that server is going to be. Because I was going to do it in Blazor web server, but I don't know that I can run Blazor web pages on Linux. I mean, I guess it's a Docker container, but it's a Docker container based on Windows, which is a problem. It also uses SQL server, which is also a problem. Huh. And I do Blazor web server on Linux. Um, apparently it works, but I don't know about that. I don't know. You can't just release for. But doesn't it use SQL Server? Huh? I thought it uses SQL Server. Maybe it can use anything. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Anyway. Um. But yeah, the main reason I was thinking about that is that there are also information that need to be included with these module infos, which is the warning and other notification stuff. So warning will tell you if the version you're about to download has something like a security vulnerability. We have release detail, which is just more information about this specific version's changes. So it's like the change log. And then release notes is just the simple one. I should probably change this. You can now break cinema. Stuff like that. It's a lot of information to reply, but the idea is that we only have to call it once and we don't have to ask it for different parts of it. Probably be using Swagger for this. Oh well. But yes, I think that I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Because I have another project where I was doing all of the ASP.NET server stuff. That'll probably be where all of the administration is in. I need to figure out how I'm going to do the admin stuff too. I haven't done like a full-on like web server based ASP.NET project before. Because I know you can just register, but there's not actually any like setup for like authenticating it. I don't know how to do determining whether or not you're an administrator or just some bozo who managed to get into the registration. I could probably disable registration, but then I need to somehow set up an initial account. I'm sure there's guides somewhere. I also need to upload data somehow. Because all of this information can be determined. Because we could literally just extract everything in the zip file into memory and then count how many bytes we wrote, which is not a problem. Then we can get the size of the zip file. These would have to be manually entered, probably in the ASP server. We have to figure out how to store them. It'd probably just be like we save this module info as a .info next to the zip file with the same name. Um, hmm. Trying to think of where I want to cut off where this is actually module ID. And then we need another one for release ID. The release ID is the version, specifically this version, and it uniquely identifies the file and will probably be will it be the name of the file? I feel like that's not a good idea because it would be difficult to determine what a file is. It should be probably the name of the release series and then the version of the file. That's an interesting thing too, because for get modules, it only gives you the latest version. But there is actually a thing I want to be able to do where you can download older versions in case, like, I don't know, I blow it up in an update and you need to go back. It would be nice to allow that. But I don't know how I want to expose that. I need to also determine this isn't an ASP.NET server. It probably should be. How do I do this? I could make the ASP.NET server the internal server that does all of the actual work, and then the management server is a different Blazor app. But I might just be doing dumb shit now. How do I just stick an API on this? I guess what I could do is have the API be the management for everything, and then the management web server calls the API directly, and then it uses an installation ID, which is essentially whitelisted as an admin on the server. And then that allows you to manage assets. I think that makes the most sense. So in order to do that, we need to make a REST API as an ASP.NET server. So let's do that. ASP. Aspire starter app. I don't know what that means. ASP.NET Core Web App. Core Web API. Here we go. Call this Coalescence HQ. Authentication type is problematic. I mean, I guess it'll be, we'll write our own authentication. Enable container support. I don't think I have Docker for Windows installed. Do I have Docker for Windows installed? I may not. Connected services. Secrets.json. All my secrets. All right. I think I just go straight here. I don't remember how to do this. It's been a minute since I've made a REST API. Do I still have I don't still have the code, do I? Shit. Holy shit, it's been so long. I have so many things and stuff. Gee. Delete this because I was planning on doing something for like a visualizer and I ended up not doing it. I don't think this is an ASP.NET project. No. That's not one. I had one. Oh, right. I think this is a REST one. Is it? Isn't this a REST server? Everybody that, why are these not found? But right. That's a problem. The solution is wrong. All of the paths are wrong. Oh dear. I will be honest, I don't think all of these are explicitly right paths. I don't know why it immediately opened an application when I loaded the repo. This needs to be moved. And exactly one of these projects is not correctly identified. And or maybe dead. Okay. God damn it. Why do I have to keep entering my fuck ass password when I tell you to remember it? Okay. I'm regaining knowledge. 1 second. Alright. I've regained knowledge. Knowledge. Alright. We need to make a... Why is... That's not the right solution. That's why. Alright. So we need a controller. We will make this controller be called read write actions. Yes. Read write actions. We will call it module controller. What is view? Um, hmm. Me just looking at my other way that I did it. I don't think that this was explicitly right, but it does work. Problem is that I need to include my token. And it also needs to be referenced to the data here. So a create module request it would probably be create module release series. I mean, a release series could be inherent or like inferred from the module. So public module info public byte array content. Which would be the file's content. I honestly think we might just do it this way. So we would have a. Well, hold on. Let's keep a little bit of this. Okay. So we need to make a project dependency on the core library. Why is it telling me that this has vulnerabilities? Cinema. Hold on. What'd they do? They patched it in 3.5.4. I have 2. I just made this project and it's giving me archaic, out-of-date versions. I mean, I could load 2.10, install 2.10. I don't even know if it'll work or not, but not that far in. I don't know why this isn't here. I have to do. All right. Okay. So we will also have to have some way to tell if you are or if you're an admin. So we'll have to create some sort of backend thing here. All right. It's a little bung because it's just a singular A, but if you say an A, that's good enough to upload shit to my server. All right. If request dot installation ID, if admin authentication dot is admin of your request ID, then if not that, return unauthorized. You are not. Actually, it has to be a response. New response. It needs to be a create model data. Hold on. All right, let's see how that goes. Then if request installation ID, if string is null or white space of the installation ID, we return. Oh, this is unauthorized. Actually, this is forbid. We might just give an unauthorized again. Or there's one to return. Okay, so it's return status code. It's 401, I think, is 403. This is unauthorized. This is forbidden. We must specify an installation ID. If request dot content dot length is less than 100, we'll say it has to be at least 1,000 bytes. No. If it is 0, then return status code 400 bad request, new create module response, or equals the content was missing or empty. I think there's a HTTP status codes. I'm pretty sure that there is an entry for that. We'll return status code 412 precondition failed. Then if request dot info dot name or release name, release ID, no, release name. It might be name. If path dot get invalid file name characters that contains or request.info.name.contains any of these, no, will be precondition failed. The module name contains characters not allowed, not valid in file names. Okay. Then if quest.content.length is greater than 1024 squared times 50, we'll say 100, then we will give a response of 413 content too large. I don't think this will be an issue, but if it is, I can just fix it. These can all be else ifs. It doesn't really matter. They're all implicit else's. We'll do it anyway. And else, after all of these preconditions are tested, we'll do file dot write all bytes. Why is file a request dot info dot name request dot info dot version dot toString, which is inherent dot zip. We want to write request dot content. We also want to change. We want to write a metadata file. JSON convert dot serialize object of request.info. We also want to do a precondition. We will return precondition failed. You know what? Fuck it. If you put dot dot in the name, you get teapot. All right. And then this will return. Okay. You get or create module response. Data equals new. Yeah, it's an empty response. I could return no content, but so this is produces isn't there a key for this? Produces response type? 200 OK. The module was created successfully. We there yet? No. We have our first thing. I don't even think I can run this because I don't have Docker installed. I can't even set it as my startup project. A startup project. See if we have Docker for Windows installed. I'm pretty sure we don't. Yeah, no, I don't have Docker for Windows installed. The one fucking day I uninstall it, man, is the one day I need it. Why do I do this to myself? I'm gonna have to restart my computer, aren't I? Why do you do this? This is gonna be so annoying. But I probably will have to restart my computer. I seem to remember that it doesn't work if you don't restart your computer, and I've attempted to circumvent this several times. And I never have been able to. So why is this saving as an image? Yeah, sure. All right, kill this. Close and restart. You fucking wish. All right, check out this refusal to restart. We just run it anyway. Dicks. What if I restart Visual Studio? You can't tell I haven't restarted Docker if I just don't restart Docker. This always works. 100%. Trust. Yes, start Docker desktop. Docker subscription service agreement. Well, joke's on you. I don't have... I have to sign in? No, I don't. Fuck you. I'm sure it won't show any secrets. At all. 100%. Would I always do everything the hard way? I mean, look at it this way. I'm not even doing it the hard way. If I was doing it the hard way, I'd be making Temple OS 2. And that's to say that it would be a version of Temple OS that runs on a Mac. Okay, apparently you don't have to restart. It's just working. Is it gonna open my browser? No. Um, how do I connect to it? Here. This is listening on HTTP IPv6 localhost 8080. It didn't answer. We'll try this one. It didn't answer on that either. I don't even think this controller is running. It didn't work. If I go to Microsoft Goon, maybe Firefox is just too secure. Nope, Goon didn't work either. I probably have to restart. What is the name of the? It's module controller. 404 not found. I need a GET request, but I only have posts. This should throw an exception at least. I'm not convinced it's actually hitting the server. I can't even connect to it. We're gonna turn off HTTPS. I don't even know if it's hitting or not. Is it working? I'll be honest, chat. I don't know how to open the browser. It's supposed to open to Swagger Doc, but I don't know how to do that. Enable launch browser and launch settings.json. about that. It has a different host address listed, which connecting to that didn't do anything. Oh, here we go. Launch settings.json. Here it is not launching my browser. I've been fibbed to. Here, we'll rebuild the solution. Here we go. Doesn't work at all. Okay, what if I delete these? Restart it. Chat, we might have to restart the computer. It is not going well. Which is funny because I'm pretty sure it's supposed to just work. But this is like the definition of it not just working. Oh my god. I always forget. Gonna make me log in the fucking NuGet. Even though I keep doing so. So annoying. Well, that's not good. I was gonna do my launch profile, but my launch profile for the other one is broken. So I can't actually use it as a template. It's just returning 404 everywhere I request. Like it is redirecting to the HTTPS port, but it just dies immediately the second you attempt to do anything. You guys think it's because I changed the version of OpenAPI? We could downpatch it back to the vulnerable 2.0.0. We're gonna try that. We're gonna go back to 2.0.0, which is the first thing it installed. I am, after all, downpatching it a full major version, but I just want to see if it fixes anything. Yeah, no, it fixed exactly no thing. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use the old pattern I was using because I think that one works. So we'll decorate this API controller, and route is API v1 controller action. It's still not doing anything. What did they do to this? Like a mangled template. I thought templates were supposed to work when you use them. Oh dear. I don't know why this is here. It doesn't even seem to exist here either. I'm not even using the same. Wait, not even using the same backend. Wait, what? Oh, we're using. So I'm gonna uninstall this. I'm gonna go to update. I'm going to install Swashbuckle. We'll install the latest version. All right. This does not depend on this OpenAPI. We'll delete it. These are all issues about how it was restored, which I don't care. Why does that not work? Is that not how? Uh, I have no idea if this is gonna work or not. Probably not. Actually, I think this still, yeah, it's still half-baked Swagger gen in here, but I don't know how to get Swagger. I thought it was on, but apparently not. Um, I'm so confused. We install Swashbuckle ASP.NET Core, which we did. Actually, we installed Swashbuckle and not ASP.NET Core. That could be why. Probably this. Okay. So we'll uninstall Swashbuckle and take the ASP.NET Core Swagger version of it. We will add the Swagger generator. Why is it not here? Installed Swashbuckle. Okay, fine. We'll install specifically this one, which might be the right one. I don't know. It was. Okay. We're going to look at what I put on the other one, but probably not copy most of it because a lot of it is, we'll say, a little profane. Forgot it has to be a URI. As funny as it would be. Okay. Theoretically, now this should actually point somewhere. Does not. Holy shit, we have something. All right. It should be possible now to get an example value. See if we can upload something. I need to go to the immediate window. We'll do new create module request. JSON Newton soft .json convert .serialize object. Damn. Okay, so I can't actually do this yet. I don't have a way to tell if this works yet. We just have to kind of hope. So we'll assume this works. Public action result get. This will be an HTTP get. Actually, we don't need to do this. I mean, we can. No, I don't think we need to. Okay. Actually, this will be a from body get module request. What is this? I'm working on an update server for my app. Right now, I'm just putting in like mock-up data. This should work as long as you specify an installation ID. No matter what that ID actually is. As long as it's not empty. Failed to load API definition response is 500. It did not like. I don't actually know why it doesn't work. Why is it throwing exceptions? It's because there's two gets. That's why. Okay, so if I run get, try it out. So we'll send in installation ID is A. Then filter is an array of blah, 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 blah. Then C. Execute. Response should exist. The response code was 401. Why? Right. I didn't think about that. Gets can't have a body. How do I do this? Casually goes and looks at my code again. Dude, I love when I'm about to click a file and find out everything I've ever wanted to know in my life, and then it collapses the entire solution explorer and then forces me to log in. And if I tell it no, I don't want to log in, it keeps opening it until I cave and log in to the thing that I don't even need. I love nougat. It'd have to be CSV, I guess. Um, I don't think I can do that, but can I do a string array on this? More likely than not, what I'll have to do is do a string filter, dot split on a comma. I can't do from body with this. It's not possible. It did not start my web browser. Need that. All right, so if I do get installation ID is A, filter is A, B, 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 C, 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 it should give me a response. No, it failed because I don't have an anti-forgery token provider. We'll just disable it for now. I don't think I could just do that. It returned an empty response. That's not what I asked for. Filter is A. Huh? Okay. I do need to manually serialize the object. It did at least send something. So you can see it. This is the output. Which is what I asked for. Okay. Now we just need to make a way to add these. Did I do file upload to this? I'm pretty sure I didn't. I know I've done file upload before, but the application is not going to be on my computer. Hmm. Hmm. How do I get a file? Hmm. If this works, probably won't, but we'll see if this works. Yeah, I know. I think we don't put from form on iForm file. I think that's the problem. It was. Okay. Strangely enough, nothing else was included. 401 unauthorized. Yes, that makes about as much sense as I would have expected. Um, hmm. If I do from body and then have a form file, it's probably gonna break, but we'll see what happens. Didn't break, but now the form file is gone. I have one or the other, I think. Um, We'll serialize the version. I just want to see if I can actually write a file at all. It returned 200 okay. Despite the fact that it's kind of trash. Let's see what it wrote. All right. I mean, it does look good. All of the data is wrong, of course, but that's because I uploaded a PNG file into a zip field. We should probably attempt to open the zip file. You could theoretically zip bomb it. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could. Do I plan on fixing that? Eh. You'd have to get the installation ID as long as that is checked afterwards. Got 400. Max body request is 30 megabytes. Well then, I can't actually fix that at the moment. So I can't test to see if large assets work or not. Where do I change the maximum size? Hmm. There. That's 10 gigabytes. You're not running over that. It. There's a multi-part body length of 128. I have to rebuild. Are we there yet? You better bet your bottom dollar. No, the fuck we're not. It's gonna be a long time before this is finished. This isn't a, 1 day thing. This is probably gonna take 3 or 4 weeks. That's right. I have to manually serialize this stuff. That's annoying. Do I really have to do that? Hold on. I'm gonna have to Newton soft. Here it is. I think this automatically uses Newton soft JSON on the end of everything for me. It makes my life slightly less painful. Only slightly. For my on-screen clock, am I using 24 or 12-hour format? I legitimately don't have a clue. I think it's probably 24 because there's no PM. All right. This should fail with 413 with an explanation. Okay. So now it is automatically doing Newton stop JSON on the outputs. Good. Hmm. It is sending the data correctly now. The only problem now is I have to figure out how to upload a file in a JSON object. Because I can have the file's content as a byte array, but that is going to be a massive JSON document. I don't think JSON is the right container. Um, hmm. 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 So my my concern is I need to upload both the JSON data and a file in one request for create module. And I can't use iForm file in the file format or like in the um in the API because iForm file is an MVC thing that doesn't exist outside of it. So I have to somehow get this without having iForm file? Hmm. Hmm. Hey Jamieson, how you doing? Yes, I am currently reading Andrew Locke's blog to see if I can figure out how to do this. We're probably gonna have to do a multi-part form. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get the file. Yeah, right now I'm programming an update server for my app here. I could probably have just used one that exists, but too late. I've already decided. Um, how am I going to do this? Um, so I think what I do here is I come over here. We're going to go to the create module request, which I did not specify. I did not split into its own file. I'm going to do a stream of content, which can't be serialized as a JSON property. It must be given the JSON ignore attribute, and then this will have to be sent differently. So this will probably inherit from file request. Public class file request inherits from request. It'll have a JSON ignore. Public stream content equals new. I don't think you can actually new memory stream. That's fine. And then this will be sent by checking if it is a file request, and if it is, we'll send it as multi-part form data. And then we'll figure that out. So we need to go to get or the module controller. We need to delete this version, which directly specifies everything, and instead do from form create module request an iForm file content. Like your avatar? Yeah, thanks. It's like one of the customizable models. If you want to see my models, there's the list. There's a lot of them. I have a lot of customizable models. Oh, also, I just saw that somebody followed. Thank you for following. I don't have my earbuds in, so I didn't hear it. So locked in. All right. So I think that. What am I gonna name this though? I guess we'll keep it named request because it binds based on its name. If I read correctly. I mean, who knows? I probably didn't read correctly, but let's see. So the idea is we can now theoretically. That's not the right app. We can now theoretically now convert from IOStream to byte. Shit. Is it called content? Open read stream rfs.copy to fs. Why is this not working? Oh, it's just a stream, not a file stream. All right. We also need to do directory.create directory of request info name because it doesn't necessarily exist. We will have to we'll have to change where these write to, but that's fine. We will get there eventually. Oh, we also need to do request size limit is 100 megabytes and request form limits is multi-part body length limit is 100 megabytes. Now the problem I have is that at least Swagger isn't allowing me to do 2 parts. So I could do a string request. I want to see how this goes. So we'll call this X request. Create module request equals JSON convert dot serialize or deserialize object X request into a create module request. If request is null, that is, it failed, return bad request. I want to see if this will allow me to upload it. It does. Okay. So now theoretically, I do have everything I need to make a module or a module in here. But the first thing I need to do is get one that doesn't exist. So A. This will give me a template with which to put things into. So here's my template. So there's no dependencies. The CRC32 will just be empty. I don't give a shit. We need to give it a name. So we'll give it 4 A's. So we will put this in as our request You need to specify installation ID is A, and we will upload, I don't know, we'll upload the source code for GTK, whatever. X request field is required. It was specified. Okay, I have the content of the X request field copied. To return 400, the X request field is required. The weird thing is it is being specified. Hmm. 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 How do I do? Hmm. So the problem I have is because this includes a file, we have to send it in a form and not as a post body. The problem is I don't think there's a clean way to both upload a file and JSON in the same request. Because I have to send it as JSON data, and then append the file to it. And it has to be like a specific name. And for some reason, Swagger isn't working. So, I have to assume that the devs of Swagger are a little bit smarter than me when it comes to web development, considering I haven't done very much of it, and they probably have. So the problem is, how do I do that? I don't want to write my own like serializer because this is probably going to be something that happens quite a bit. And I really don't want to have to deal with that. Because I can't just like serialize it to a string and then include that in the JSON payload, because it's going to be a huge file, because like we're expecting them to be 50 megabytes or more on some occasion. Um, hmm. 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 This is slightly problematic. It honestly might be best to just base64 encode the entire document. It's gonna be a fucking massive JSON document. And it is going to be a huge string. It's gonna be a string that's about 50 million bytes Nope, it's going to increase by 33%, so it's going to be about 70 million bytes for a 50 megabyte zip file. But otherwise, I don't know how I would make it easy to upload. I don't even think even soft JSON might not allow you to do that. Doesn't have a maximum. Yeah. The maximum JSON payload size is usually 4 megabytes. Hmm. We could also have a separate upload file routine that gives you an intermediary file path, like a key to a file, and then you assign that file a name and like purpose, I guess, which would work and would allow us to do form upload for exactly one thing, which would solve the problem of trying to upload 2 pieces of data at once. Alternatively, I could change everything to be form based. Problem is, I can't test that easily with Swagger. Hmm. We could upload a request and then hear me out. Here's what we do. From body, create model request, no content. Don't worry about it. We can't get request content as a byte array because we're gonna have to upload in a massive document, and we can't do that. What we do instead is file request. We don't use the content. This is not serialized. This is not visible to the server. So we don't have this. Hmm. Do we want to upload the file first or afterwards? How do other services do this? I guess Discord uses multi-part form encoded. Hmm. Hmm. The really like difficult part, and the only thing that kind of sucks is I don't want to put a dependency on MVC or ASP.NET into the client library. That's what I'm trying to avoid here. And that's kind of where I'm running into issues here. How do I go about not putting a dependency on ASP? So where it gets really complicated is when I'm uploading data to the server, most of it is JSON documents, and then there's just one type of request that for some reason uses multi-part form encoded or multi-part form data upload. It has to have an entirely different way to send things. Hmm. Hmm. Pretty sure this doesn't work, but see what happens. That not work? What's wrong with Coalescence? What? What? Coalescence is connected. Oh, actually, I could have borked it. You're right. I'm gonna try restarting Coalescence. It could very well be that the. So I basically what I did was I moved all of the dependencies and stuff. Oh, I did that before it was connected. Oopsies. Oopsies. Right. Yeah, no. It's just a little freaky. I moved all the dependencies and stuff. So there's a lot of missing dependencies. Essentially, I was copying all of the DLL files from the build directory directly to the output, but I've moved all of the plugins to be in separate folders so that I can deal with DLL hell if there's ever any like problems of different dependencies, right? Different versions of the same dependency. And because now it's moving to a system where you can install different versions of each one of the systems. So it's kind of important that they're all in different directories, or otherwise one system's dependency will overwrite another's. The problem with that is that if I just blindly copy all of the DLL files from the build directory, it includes a lot of transitive dependencies that are not actually necessary. So like Newtonsoft JSON will be given to Clipper, who does not use it. It was also really bad when I had Bouncy Castle, because Bouncy Castle, which is used for the secure value store, was being given to every subsystem. It increased the install size of Coalescence by about 50 megabytes because there were that many duplicate copies of the same library that was used in exactly one of the systems. I've actually since removed the Bouncy Castle dependency, but the thing is, like, Newtonsoft JSON is given to every single one of them. That's 700 kilobytes for each one when they're all using the same version, so we don't actually need them. The plan is to only copy the dependencies that are directly used and use transitive dependencies by referencing the other ones that are from the, like, project references. The problem with that is that there's no very easy way to determine automatically what is a transitive dependency and not, because NuGet doesn't follow the same dependency logic as MS build, and you lose that information. You can get it by reading the project, like, what is it called? It's like project.assets or whatever, .json. But I can't be fucked to make something that'll do that. So instead, I've done what any true developer would do. Give up on automating it and do it manually. So I now have to manually flag every single dependency, which sounds like a lot of work, but once you do it once, you really don't have to do it again. Why can I not click this link? Hmm. All right, so you're not supposed to put from form on iForm file, but the problem is that if I don't put from form on both of them, now it doesn't show me the data component. Oh, now it does. Cinema. So the plan is to deserialize the JSON data. I have no fucking clue how we're gonna do this in the the form. We're gonna have to somehow decorate it as a different type of request. So somewhere in the logic of how we actually send the data, this is just gonna have to be an exception to how it's usually done. Which is gonna be weird, but there's not much I can do about it. At the very least, it's all done in one thing now. We don't have to worry about having a two-step API system thing that has to have a timeout and everything. It's better that it's all part of one. So we can now delete with a string ID and a, well, actually, we'll have to make a request for it. So public class delete modules request. Public string module versions equals new array. The names and versions of modules to delete in the form of module name at version. Okay. Okay. Okay, so for each var v in request module versions, if v dot contains double dot, let's do this actually. If request dot module versions dot any x dot contains double dot, then we will throw exception. The module list contained a double dot string. It is this is essentially lazy path traversal prevention. That's about it. You can't just delete the server's code. I should really make something to control where the root directory is. So it doesn't keep just I'm literally just writing and reading straight to the root straight to the directory that the app is installed in, which is literally the most atrocious thing you could possibly do. So we're gonna now set it to be at least somewhere else. B dot replace the at with a / or path directory separator character. Fucking hell! I keep. It's so annoying that they keep. File is like a method on this object. So every time I write file to do file.read or write or whatever, it doesn't exist. It's annoying. Um. uh okay. We'll throw 404 if no modules are found. Actually, we'll still send rest. It'll return a failure result, but it'll not set error because technically the object is still valid. All right, so we're going to make a new thing called edit module. Public string module ID. People are probably cringing at this. Slightly atrocious security. But to be fair, it is administrator authenticated. Actually, I don't think we can change this. This doesn't make sense. Dependencies will equals the new dependencies. We already said that. Is there much more to actually upload? Module ID could be changed. Nope. It has to be release ID. Actually, we can't change version because it changes where it's written to. All right, you can now theoretically patch the model data or the module data to some extent. Not everything will allow you to upload it or like to change the values because, like, for example, the install size and the download size are going to be automatically determined, or more accurately, it will ignore anything that you upload and instead use the actual file itself to determine that, which does mean we have to open it, which isn't great. What's a bit of a zip bomb ever done, you know? But there's another thing we can do. So a lot of these use the same code for things. So I'm going to do a quick we can split out a lot of this stuff. So let's do How do I want to exit with this? What's this? Bool is request from admin user. And then we'll do essentially this. Well, no, because this has to be, no, we can't split it out because the type of the response is necessarily the response to the request, so it actually does have to be done every time. Not ideal, but I mean, I could probably use like generics or something to do it, but we'll leave it as is. The increase in from having to deal with the fact that these are done repeatedly is not that high, considering that they will probably never change. Is exactly what I would say, and then get burned by not changing it. But you know what? That's fine. There's a reason this is V1. Plus, this doesn't really need to be that efficient and or good because it's going to be low volume. All right. So I want to change root dir to be data slash modules slash, and that's where it will start writing to. Which means that modules will stop being written into the app folder. Okay, so we have create module data, create module requests. Okay. So these need to be split out. What I do. All right. I might change these all to be in subfolders. Like create, delete, edit, and get. All right. And now the idea is that these are compartmentalized and I can hide them in the Solution Explorer, really. All right. We will have to make a test app as well. Let's do that. Nope, it's not a container. Then this will depend on Coalescence HQ core. So then what I want to do is we have to make a public class Coalescence HQ client. Public string URL equals nothing. Public string installation ID equals nothing. Actually, we'll default it to A because it's slightly easier. Public void send request. Not void. Public response maybe. Send request. Request. Turn null. Damn. How did I do this again? I have this type of UI or this type of API in my other project, but I forget how to do it. Let me look. It's gonna make me sign into fucking NuGet again, isn't it? I might have slightly dicked myself with how I've done this. So in the way that I did it before, my data is just an object and the response is not polymorphic. So I didn't have to fuck with generics. But now I do have to fuck with generics. Because the problem is the get requests. No, they are posts, aren't they? Everything is a post. There isn't a get, is there? I think it's marked as a get, but it shouldn't be. Oh, it is. We could do post and then. The issue is that we need to do. Hold on. Okay. Hmm. Just realized file content needs to be posted differently. Shit. Hmm. I might be an idiot. All right. We're just gonna directly call this, which is fine. Um, file request should probably be defined outside of modules. How do I set its name? It apparently doesn't want to type for that. Okay. No way this works. All right, we're gonna just try this and see what happens. So Coalescence HQ client equals new client.url equals HTTP localhost at some port. I don't fucking remember. 7258. Which is for some reason HTTPS. There's the GTK source code. Didn't there used to be a clone thing? Well, All right. This looks entirely sensible. Um, I don't think I can just make the main function asynchronous. So we're just gonna do get awaiter, get result. No problem. Damn, it didn't even dignify me with a response. Hmm. Unsupported media type. 400 bad request. Bad request with no response. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, this goes. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. This might work. I don't understand why I'm getting errors. I'm literally defining them. What do you want from me? Hmm. So the thing that bothers me is that it's saying that I'm not specifying these parts, but I am, because the data field is required and the file field is required, and they're done right here. Like, they are literally defined. I couldn't possibly make them more defined. And I can specify a boundary. Yet it still tells me that the fields are required despite being literally like done. Dude, this is the fun part of development where shit just doesn't work. I have no idea why. I'm literally sending it the shit that it's asking for and it doesn't work. Which means I'm probably gonna have to make a DTO for this. Do it from there. Alright. I remember there being a breakpoint there, but go off, I guess. Wait, is it something dumb? Is it failing because it's not finalized? DTO.data is just null. Why is none of this data coming through? For what? How is it wrong? Dude, I'm losing my shit over here. I'm literally doing the exact fucking things it's telling me to do, and it's not working. My breakpoints aren't even being hit in the server anymore. Just gone. Literally, the breakpoints are right there, and neither one of them are being hit. The data field is required and the file field is required. They are literally right fucking here. Like, there's literally no way I could give them more accurately than that. They're literally all defined. What do you want from me? Why does the breakpoints on the server not get hit? What's your problem? These breakpoints are apparently valid, but they don't even not doing anything anymore. Okay, I must be hitting a server that's just running in the background or something. There isn't one. I have no fucking clue what I'm hitting then. How is it that this is not triggering either of the breakpoints? And how is it that reverting what I did didn't fix it? Doesn't make any sense. Why do you do this? Hmm. I mean, the only thing that I maybe could do is set these to be capital and have default values. I want to commit car brick wall. Holy shit. How could it possibly be this bad? Here's the problem. You know, stream content? This isn't it. We can do byte array content. Problem is that the stream content is terminating the entire file too early. Neither one of them are being sent either. It's still being ended too early. It could be the case that I'm supposed to quote these manually because the only thing I'm not seeing it doing. And if that's the case, then that means that the .NET devs have I have words with them. It didn't fix it. Jesus Christ, man. The fuck can I even do? I even think the stream is actually doing the thing. You know what? Fuck it. All right, now there's absolutely no way that it could possibly not have the data. It read the entire file, and yet neither one of the fields were written. Let's assume that we're fucking it by reading it first. Could be the case. No. Man, people decide to do this shit. People decide to be web developers is a fucking nightmare. Like, legitimately, I'm doing everything it says to do. You can get rid of the required thing here. I even did the fucking weird nullable, not nullable thing that it told me to do, which is just senseless, but like, the only thing I could do is capitalize these fields, and if that fixes it, I'm going to be slightly pissed. Now it didn't hit a breakpoint at all. There is no breakpoint. No, it didn't fix it either. Legitimately, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Who do I need to do a blood sacrifice to get it to fucking read my file? The file field is required. It is literally specified right here. I'm gonna lose my fucking shit, dude. Dude, fucking crazy shit. Like pulling teeth, but a lot of teeth. Yeah, somehow we don't hit the breakpoint on the end of fucking. You please fuck off and stop deleting my breakpoint. That might legitimately have been an entire hour and a half of attempting to get multi-part form data to work. That's not going to do it. I need system IO hashing, I think. Why did this not appear in my search? It does feel nice to have something work quickly for once. That just works. It's not invulnerable. If you fucking upload a zip bomb, you'll blast the server. But if you upload a zip bomb, you guessed my very, very, very secure password, which was exactly 1A. Quickly. Look, that only took me like 30 seconds to do the detection of how long it takes, or of how much space it takes to actually extract it. Apparently, the GTK source code extracts to like 110 megabytes. We don't worry about it. All right, now the question is, do I have to specify a file name? The other question is IntelliSense ever going to tell me what my fucking options are? Swear to God. IntelliSense, more like IntelliSenseless. Got him. Dude, I love when it won't let me place a breakpoint. Let me do my shit, dude. Right. Is it dot meta? I forget. Dot zuck is dot meta. Um, does it still have no content? But I think I'm going to call it for now because I'm getting annoyed. Web development, my beloathed. uh, bro, why is it showing me an ad of a disheveled man for a poly market ad? I was about to use, what am I choosing? Rest or gaming or world building? Why not all three at once? Game resting while building a world. I'm not sure. I do want to do some world building. I have a lot to write, especially now that you're rambling. Look, I said 2 sentences. Fuck you. I'm so good at rambling that I can ramble within like 10 words. um, but no, I have a lot of world building to do, especially now that there's an entirely new queen and queendom, and all of the fun things that entails. Well, no. that would be an experience. If they take the fucking the capital, that's gonna be wild. They could do a lot, but I don't think they're gonna just be like, yeah, sure. Got something in my eye. What the fuck? Anyway, we're going to raid Professor Amalgam, who is currently playing Palworld V 1.0. Funnily enough, I haven't played 1.0 yet. Maybe we should play 1.0. Huh. I mean, the server's probably up to date. But anyway, we are raiding Professor Amalgam, who is playing Palworld. Everybody, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you have a great day. We'll probably be back later today with more. I don't want to do more Coalescence development. I have a couple commissions that I got to do. I need to, because one of them I can't work on stream, and one of them I can. And I want to get started on that one because it's going to be relatively long running. So probably later on the early segment streamers will be working on that commission. Yeah, we need our raid message. Our raid message is, "You are never safe from the Willem raid." Everybody, thank you again, and I will see you next time. Still feel like Markiplier when I say that, but what the fuck else am I gonna say? Anyway, see ya.